I'm here. Good morning to us. Good morning to all of us. Yeah, it's June. I'm in Jamaica. Yeah, it's what, Tuesday, December 12th? Mm-hmm. Tuesday, December 12th. That's what it is. And we are here. We're going to have a very interactive session. We're going to have lots of fun. We all, we all going to have so much fun here this morning. Fun as we always do have. So get ready, get your coffee, get your tea, get your oranges, whatever it is that you need to get, just get it. Because we're here and we plan to have much fun. How are you? How did you spend your night? How did you spend your Monday night? I hope it was as good as mine. Mine was really good. I rested well after a lot of chatting. I chat a lot, you know. Yeah, I chat a lot. So that's one of the things that you'll find me doing, chatting. But it's okay. I'm sure you like to chat with me. Mm-hmm. Don't you? Yeah, I know you like to chat with me. But it's okay. Chatting with me is okay. Mm-hmm. I'm here. You know, we always be getting a little things ready. But I'm up and running. I'm up with my feet hitting the ground. Mm-hmm. It's a beautiful day to celebrate life. And you know, even those persons who are not with us anymore, we just celebrate their lives, you know. Though no longer with us, we are still appreciating the fact that they lived and that they have contributed to us being here. Again, my name is June Lois. I am in Jamaica. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. The dawn is here because it's just a little after 4. And I'm up. I'm working. I'm working to pay the piper. Though I don't know who the piper is at this time, but the piper will show up. That's what we are sure of. The piper will show up. No doubt about that one. And when he shows up, he wants to be paid. He might wait on payment, you know, but he will let us know that, hey, you need to pay up. And whether or not we like it, he has to be paid. So maybe we can reschedule the payment. I think the title has a mistake. It should be what? Excerpt? Right, excerpt. But that is okay too. How are my lovely, how is my lovely audience doing? For every person who have chose to be with me, I'm grateful because you know what? You could be otherwise minded. You didn't have to be here, but you chose to give me some of your time. I'm trying to get some air going. This fan is so what? Lopsided, and it doesn't. It's here to show me how lopsided it is. Oh boy, these equipment. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So we're just picking around at this time, waiting for persons to come in. This morning we'll talk about the book, another book by Paul Coelho that I am reading, and this time this one is called The Fifth Mountain by Paulo Coelho. Again, I am a fan of this writer. I was not asked to review the book. I'm just sharing my read with you. Yeah, that's all I am doing here. Sharing my read with you and hope that you will enjoy my read with me. Yeah. So that's what it is. I'm just gonna show my face. I like to do that so that my audience doesn't think that I'm a butt. Okay, so this is the book that I will be reading from today, and we'll be having a little chat. It's called The Fifth Mountain. It's one of the many books from Paulo Coelho. He's the author of the bestseller, The Alchemist. But before we get into that, we'll just chat a little about our religious, our faith base, the base of our faith in a God. Let me hasten to say that I am a believer in the God of the universe. Yes, I do believe in a power greater than myself, and that power, I say it's the power of the universe. The I am. I am because I exist. And that's my belief. The rest, I don't know about. I don't know because the arguments for and against the existence of other entities who, growing up, I was told that, hey, you have to revere. I don't know about those. Yeah, Jesus the Christ and all of that. Last night I was listening to some other podcast. I think it was the the owner of the podcast or the station was mm, I don't remember quite now because I've been doing a bit of reading or a bit of listening in recent times, and I have been learning a lot. A lot of archaeological studies have been done as to unearth the happenings or to find truth in our Bible so that, at least we can know a little bit about some things. And the more I listen, the more I think that I want to deviate a little from my traditional beliefs. The way, my the belief system was. I want to deviate just a little bit. And my deviation is just waiting on some facts. So I have no confusion whether a greater power than myself exists. And I'm okay with that. I don't even want to know from whence that power or where it's going. I just, I'm happy to know that that power exists and that I am part of that, the work of that power. How I get here, I don't know. There are many in the beginning story and how the human race developed over time and how we have evolved. And I am okay with the development. What I am not okay with is the creation story. I kind of am stuck with the narrative of the Bible that I have. And so I wait on the research. I know that research, theories change over time, and I'm okay with that too. I find the reading. Hi, do you want Alderman Eddie? What? Do you search Aidman edit? No. No, I search. Okay, I searched for Kayla, and I searched Sheila. Sheila Akkar. Yes. Oh, Sheila Akkar. Oh, my mistake. I should have looked for Aidman Edit. I looked instead for Sheila Akkar. My bad. My bad. So, my bad. My error. I didn't look for Aidman Edit. I looked for Sheila Akkar. So, my bad. So, I will do it. I did look up Sheila or Sheila, but not the Aiden man. So, my bad. I promise that I will do it as soon as I am finished here. My bad. But I am of the opinion that I did. I am of the opinion that I did and that I did write to you. You are the person who are into cars. Are you? Yes. Ah, I think so. If you are the channel that is into cars, then I did. And I even wrote that I like the yellow one most, but I also love the blue one that has the stars. If you are the person who has the that, what kind of car is it? A Supra, yes. A Supra M4, yes. I did look up. Yes. Yes, Aiden, I did. And I commented also. I did, and I commented. So you can go and look that up. I did. So um, I was saying I was listening to a podcast last night, and I find these things so interesting. I was listening to the podcast. I just don't remember myth, some myth something something. That's the name of the channel, and I listened. They were talking about Jesus. And first, I listened to one podcast where this lady was on. She has 2 books out, and her story about Jesus, based on whatever archaeological evidence and whatever kind of textual research she did, she was concluding that Jesus was an Egyptian and that he was a rebel Christian. And they drew references from the Bible. And even we read that the Roman soldiers went for him. Then she was saying that, that there is a certain word that refers to an army of 1,000 soldiers. And it was that, that army that went for him. So it was like 1 or 2 soldiers that had gone to fetch Jesus. It was a whole contingent, whatever the word that meant 1,000 in the Roman army. Like we say, legion mean many. Yeah. So that contingent of soldiers were 1,000. So if Jesus was an ordinary man, we would not need 1,000 soldiers to go for him on the Mount of, where did they go? I don't know. Whether it was on the Mount of Olives or wherever they went to fetch him. So they would not need 10,000 soldiers along with the leader of the army. And they quoted scriptures also to suggest that Jesus had said to his disciples that they should bring swords. So if it wasn't like a rebel group, then they wouldn't need swords. But Jesus knew that they were going to have a fight. And so he told his disciples to be prepared for battle. So this contingent of 1,000 soldiers has a name. I didn't write the name down, what it meant. All right. Now, that being said, she further insinuated that, okay, Jesus was an Egyptian, he was a rebel Christian, that he survived the crucifixion because he escaped. So it wasn't Jesus who really was crucified. And then she suggested that Jesus and Paul was one and the same. I don't know. So these are, new learning for me. And they even had a name for Jesus. They also suggested that, he was from a single parent background, so they were poor. So they left where they lived, they went to some other place, and then they came back when he was a grown man and was baptized by John the Baptist. So they were, downplaying some of the narrative. Quite interesting to, just step out of the box a little and to get some background. So instead of, just running with the idea of, okay, Jesus, and Jesus was such a good person, and Jesus was so and so. Let us delve into the literature a bit and to understand the persona of the person that we are revering, and to have it clear in our minds, you know, as to the ground on which, we are revering this entity or person or deity, or I don't know what it is. So instead of just running with what is written in the Bible, first we have to ask, why was the Bible written? And another person on the podcast was saying the Bible was written because of there was a war between two faction of persons, and the side that lost the battle, they were the ones who, decided that, okay, we have to regroup, we have to have some order, let us put some things in place, you know, so we can have order. And that was the basis on which the Bible was written. So many stories, they would say, came from other happenings, and they were not unique to Jesus. So Jesus, for some persons, he did not exist. For some persons, yeah, I was meant to believe that Jesus was a Jew. I don't know that the Egyptians were Jew. I don't know, but he was a Egyptian. And this says now a lot about skin color and all of that, So I like to do some research. I have no doubt. I don't need any further arguments as to who the great power is or what it is. I just accept. I accept the existence of a great power, a power greater than self, a power that caused me to be here this morning chatting with you. All right, my voice being heard afar off. But the whole narrative of Jesus, that is quite interesting. And so I am doing a bit of research. I'm doing a bit of digging, right? So that, I can really have a background as to this Jesus, that in my culture, I have learned to, be my Savior, my Lord and Master. And strangely, now listening to some of the songs that, it's in our hymnal or we have learned over time, I am saying that consciously I will refuse to be singing those. And the one that stood out to me most was All to Jesus I Surrender. And I'm living near a church, a Seventh-day Adventist church, temple, synagogue, whatever we call it. I'm in close proximity. And, it's like immediately after I start contemplating this whole Jesus thing and doing a bit of research, a little digging, and was concluding to myself that, no, I need to do a bit more work in this area. Can you imagine that the song that they choose to be singing was this one, All to Jesus I Surrender? And I was like, oh my God, this is such confirmation that, hey, June, you have to do some more work. Because the song says, all to Jesus I surrender. That's a commitment, it's a pledge. We sing it loosely, we speak about it loosely, but really, of a fact, it is deep. All to Jesus I surrender. Really, all to Him I freely give. This is a pledge. This is a pledge and should not be taken lightly. And so, if we're going to sing this song, this hymn, whatever it is called, then we have to be sure who this Jesus that we are, pledging things to, maybe Elijah, everything that we have. We are pledging to this Jesus character, which we just learn in our culture. We learned of in our culture. What is the history of this Jesus and why is it important? No, I can't run with the narrative that, he died for my sins and whatever. No, 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 no. Who brought in the notion of sin? Me no know. All to Jesus I surrender. Why did He have to die for my sin? Who said there was sin? At the time of Jesus, according to biblical story and its crucifixion, one of the researchers was saying there was no thief. There were no robbers. Really? Maybe Barabbas? I don't. Barabbas, they say, was the robber. And so, some version, some podcast, some story, he say no. There was no robbers at the time. So what robbers could have been crucified with Jesus? So who then was crucified? And strangely, they went on to explain that some of the names were actually, other names for Jesus. Like Andrew would be for, something else in some other language, or not even language, but that's another name for Bill, or Bill another name for Andrew, or something. I don't know. But what I'm suggesting to us Christians, let us do a bit of digging. Let us, since we have to make commitments, since we have to make pledges, let us be sure. Because I have over the years pledged blindly, because I am saying, all to Jesus I surrender. And I don't have a clue who this Jesus is. The name Jesus means son of. The son of. Yeah. And there were many Jesuses. So really, of a fact, is Jesus we consider the Christ really who we are pledging to? What is background? Let us try and trace his lineage and to be sure that, hey, we are pledging, where we're supposed to pledge. It's very, very deep. All to Jesus I surrender. Huh? Let us look back at the pledges, the national pledge of our countries, and to see what it says. I don't even remember the one for my country right now. It's so long ago since I have had to repeat it. But I think it goes, before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the strength and vigor of my body. In the service of my fellow citizens, I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to give generously and honestly. That I don't remember the next line. I know, I don't. Because, I can't live to that pledge. I would be lying to myself. And in the same way, to pledge to Jesus, all to Jesus I surrender, all to him I freely give. Let me ever love and trust him in his presence daily live. Yes, that's what I would say to the great power, all to God, the great power, the master, the leader, the fashioner, the creator of the universe, I surrender. All to him I freely give of my time, of my worship, of my entertaining, yeah, all of me, my body and soul. You know, I give, I pledge. All to Jesus I surrender, all to him I freely give. Let me ever love and trust him in his presence daily. This is a pledge, and in my mind, I have to be sure or near sure of whom I am referencing. I have to be able to speak of and to know a little bit more of whom I am pledging allegiance to, other than just, oh, it is in the Bible. And then I'm going to write, okay, fine, it's in the Bible. Who wrote the Bible? And why was it written? Why was the Bible written? Why was this? Why was it important to have texts at the time? When for most of the thing it was based through pottery that information was passed and writing on papyrus, that type of paper and all of that. But to to be taking time out now to put a text together. For whom? Because after some war between the Romans and somebody, and Jerusalem and the temples were destroyed and all of that, many persons were killed. It was the end for that group of persons, for that type of civilization. Everything had to start afresh. So these historians, Josephus, yeah, he was a historian. He made a lot of notes. He was interested in, preserving the history of the times. He eventually was imprisoned, because after the war, with the war, even though he was an aristocratic person, was not interested in warring. But the heat in the kitchen was so much that he had to join the battle, and he was captured and imprisoned. But much of the writings, and much of the references came from him, and his account of many things differ from what we are now reading in the Bible. So some things, yes, but they are negating the fact that these things that are written took place. Yes, events took place, but not as they are chronologied in what we now known as the Bible. There was like a clear 20, 30 years difference between the happenings. I don't know. I just enjoy the learning, the extra learning, the learning, because basically I didn't know anything. And how they were saying that how the Bible is written. It is written that each sentence is layered. It has a deeper meaning than what meets the eyes. Yeah. So food for thought. Food for thought. Things we have to contemplate. Yeah, and it's okay. It's okay. We'll contemplate what needs to be contemplated. Yeah. So that was my little introduction. How are you? My name is June Lewis. I am in Jamaica. And it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Okay. It's 4:47 in the a.m. The dawn is still here. It's a bit dark on the outside. But it's okay. It's coming near to Christmas time. Today is December 12th. Yeah, I have some bills to pay. I have to make sure that I remember, lest I have to pay some extra charges. Okay. I have to tell you at this time that I do have a duly registered charity, and if you wish to come on board with me, then you can link me in the description for my information. This is what it is: Charities Authorities, Department of Charities, and blah blah blah, and it's called Hands for the Aged Foundation, and that is my registration number. All right, that's my taxpayer's number at the bottom there. And this certificate is valid for a period indicated below. It's every 2 years that we get a new certification. So this one runs from June 10, 2022 to June 9, 2024. All right, so it would be nice if you were able to come on board. I would appreciate that so that very, very much. All right, so that's what it is. And for the Aged Foundation. I think maybe, I should stick it there one of the times so that persons can go see it as they come on. Yeah, what do you think? Don't you think that would be a good idea? I think so. Where are you watching and listening to me from? Where in the world are you? Yesterday I met persons from Indonesia. I had persons from the US, from Jamaica. Yeah, some persons just stayed in the background, so I don't know where they're from. 7 million awesome persons in the building. Yeah, we're moving along, and that's okay. That's very much okay. This one I want to be reading from one of my favorite authors, and this one is Alchemist. Paulo Coelho, the author of The Alchemist. This book this morning. Okay. The Fifth Mountain. It is an international bestseller also. The Fifth Mountain by Paulo Coelho. All right. No. I'm not advertising. I'm just showing you what I am reading. Okay, what is this book about? So we'll read the notes from the author. Sorry. Let me hear what Mr. Coelho has to say to us. In my book, The Alchemist, the central thesis lies in a phrase that King Melchizedek says to the shepherd boy, Santiago. And the alchemist, he claimed the story to be his own. He said he was writing his truth, right? So the alchemist, Santiago, that's the main character in The Alchemist, was Paulo. He says he was writing his story. All right, he was Santiago. So in my book, The Alchemist, the central thesis lies in a phrase that King Melchizedek says to the shepherd boy, Santiago. This was what King Melchizedek says to the shepherd boy. When you want something, all the universe conspires in making you to achieve it. I believe this with all my heart. However, the act of living one's own destiny includes a series of stages that are far beyond our understanding, whose objective is always to take us back to the path of our personal legend. or to make us learn the lessons necessary to fulfill our own destiny. I think I can better illustrate what I am saying by relating an episode in my life. So that we are reading the notes from Paul, in his book, The Fifth Mountain. On August 12, 1979, I went to sleep with a single certainty. At the age of 30, I was successfully making my way to the top of my career as a recording executive. I was working as artistic director for CBS in Brazil, and I had just been invited to the United States to talk to the owners of the company, who would surely provide me with every opportunity to achieve all that I desired to do in my area. Of course, my great dream to be a writer had been set aside. But what did that matter? After all, real life was very different from what I had imagined. There was no way to earn a living from literature in Brazil. So I'm reading from the Paulo Coelho novel titled The Fifth Mountain. And that's the title of this live. That night, I made a decision to abandon my dreams. One had to adapt to circumstances and take advantage of opportunities. If my heart protested, I could deceive it by composing song lyrics whenever I wanted, and by doing some writing now and then for some newspaper. Besides, I was convinced that my life had taken a different path, but one no less exciting. A brilliant future awaited me in the world of the music multinationals. Right? So here he was working as an artistic director for a CBS in Brazil. He has been invited to the US to talk to the owners of the company, who would surely provide him with every opportunity to achieve all that he desired to do in his area of work. Yes, of course, he had his dream to be a writer, but he set that aside because he said, what does that matter? Real life was very different from what I had imagined, from what I had dreamed. There was no way to earn a living from literature, from writing in Brazil. Okay? So, on the fateful night of August 12, 1979, he was then 30. When he woke up from sleep, he received a phone call from the president of the company. I had just been fired without further explanation. Although I knocked on various doors in the next 2 years, I never found a position again in that field. So here he was working. Here he was knowing that he was going to travel to the United States. Here he knows that he would have had every opportunity to achieve all that he desired in his area of work, only to be awakened from sleep on August 12, 1979, at the age of 30, to learn that he was fired from the job that he was working. So continuing, when I finished writing The Fifth Mountain, this is the book, I recalled that episode. He recalled what happened. So during writing the book, he had not recalled what had happened because it was probably many years had passed. So when I finished writing The Fifth Mountain, I recalled that episode and other manifestation of the unavoidable in my life. Whenever I thought myself the absolute master of a situation, something would happen to cast me down. I asked myself, why? Can it be that I'm condemned to always come close but never to reach the finish line? How many of us have that type of experience. He asked himself, can God be so cruel? Hmm? Can God be so cruel that he would let me see the palm trees on the horizon only to have me die of thirst in the desert? That's what he asked himself. Could God be so cruel, you know? It took a long time to understand that it wasn't quite like that. There are things that are brought into our lives to lead us back to the true path of our personal legend, of our purpose here. So yes, we might deviate. Yes, we might throw in the towels of our purpose, you know. But some things might happen that will take us back to the true path towards our destiny. So other things arise so we can apply all that we have learned. And finally, some things come along to teach us. In his book, The Pilgrimage, I tried to show that these teachings need not be linked to pain and suffering. Discipline and attentiveness alone are enough. Although this understanding has become an important blessing in my life, that discipline and attentiveness are enough to cause us to find or fulfill our personal legend, our purpose here. Those are enough. But along the way, we're gonna have teachings, you know. We're gonna have to be in the valley where we gather experience. And experience might come with some pain and suffering, but that's okay. Although this understanding has become an important blessing in my life, it still did not equip me to transit certain difficult moments that I experienced, even with total discipline and attentiveness. One example is the case I have cited. I was a serious professional, made every effort to give the best there was in me, and had ideas that even today I considered worthwhile. But the unavoidable happened at the very moment when I felt most secure and confident. I believe I am not alone in this experience. The unavoidable has touched the life of every human being on the face of the earth. Some have rebounded, others have given up, but all of us have felt the wings of tragedy brushing against us. Why? To answer this question, I let Elijah lead me through the days and nights of Akbar. So, this fifth mountain we see, it's about the Bible character Elijah. So we will delve a little deeper. We will dig a bit. We will read. We will learn a bit. We will travel with Elijah. Elijah's journey. That's what he says here. I believe I am not alone in this experience where, you know, we are good at what we do, we are enjoying what we do, we have given the best of us. We have good ideas that we consider to be worthwhile. But then the avoidable happened at the very moment when we felt most secure and confident. Paula said he believed that he was not alone in this experience. The unavoidable has touched the life of every human being on the face of the earth. You, me, our parents, our foreparents. Some have rebounded from these unavoidable situations. Others have given up their dreams. but all of us have felt the wings of tragedy brushing against us. Why? Why have we had such tragedies? To answer this question, Paul says, he will let Elijah lead him through the days and night of Akbar. Okay, so that was Paul's notes to us, notes from the author. All right, give me a minute to wet my lips. How are you doing this morning? My name is June Lewis. I am in Jamaica. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, December 12th. It's 5:03 in the a.m. So the dawn is still here with us. Yeah, the dawn is still here. It's not yet daybreak. So we are not seeing any of the sun. No, the sun is still doing its rounds. The clouds are still covered. The earth has not yet turned the face of the sun to us. So it's still dark outside. So while it's dark outside, then you can do some work inside. Yeah, so my day began at about 3:15. And who knows when it will end. I don't know. I'll just work until I am exhausted. And then I rest. So we have just read the notes from the author. I like the writings of Paulo. I met Paulo during a quiet time in my life. I had time to reflect on a lot of things. I was given the task, or I assumed the task of cleaning a library. And there I saw the book, The Alchemist. I picked it up and I started to read. And I have bought copies of that book since, because the original copy, someone did not return it. And then I bought another one and I loaned it to someone. And then there were no more on this island. And so I had to ask my friend in the US to get me a copy. It was bought on Amazon. So that's very good. Okay. All right. If you are here with me and you have not subscribed to the channel, then I would ask you to please help me to grow. Please help me to grow. I'm yet a very far way from getting that silver plate that I see many persons, exhibit, a show of their hard work and dedication, and persons coming to their channel. All right, so let us look at the prologue. The prologue to this story. Why the book was titled The Fifth Mountain, I don't know yet. I have read it, but I still have lost the meaning of the fifth mountain. But maybe us reading together, then I'll be able to glean an insight. I will now be able to see or understand where I missed what the fifth mountain is. All right, so the prologue, here we go. In the beginning of the year 870 BC, a nation known as Phoenicia which the Israelites call Lebanon. Okay, so we now know that Phoenicia is also called Lebanon. So, at the beginning of the year 1870 BC, a nation known as Phoenicia, which the Israelites call Lebanon, had marked almost 3 centuries of peace. 300 years of peace, no war. Its inhabitants could take pride in their accomplishments. Because they were not politically powerful, they had developed an enviable skill at negotiation as the only means of assuring survival in a world beset by constant war. An alliance made around the year 1000 BC with King Solomon of Israel had allowed the modernization of its merchant fleets and the expansion of trade. Since that time, Phoenicia had never stopped growing. Okay? So King Solomon of Israel was instrumental, according to Paulo Coelho's narrative. All right? So he had allowed the modernization of its merchant fleet and the expansion of trade. So since that time, Phoenicia had never stopped growing. I don't know geography and all of that. I don't know what King Solomon has to do with, I don't know about Phoenicia and Israel and all of that. Somebody can call me out there. All right. But it said King Solomon of Israel, not of Phoenicia, not of Lebanon. He was the king of Israel. Its navigators had traveled to places as distant as Spain and the Atlantic Ocean. And there are theories of their having left inscriptions in northeastern and southern Brazil. Hey, they have gone far. They carried glass, cedar, weapons, iron, ivory. The inhabitants of the large cities such as Sidon, Tyre, and Byblos were familiar with numbers, astronomical calculations, and manufacture of wine, and for almost 200 years had been using a set of characters for writing, which the Greeks knew as alphabet. At the beginning of the year 870 BC, a council of war was meeting in a distant place called Nineveh. A group of Assyrian generals had decided to send troops to conquer the nations located along the Mediterranean. Phoenicia had been selected as the first country to be invaded. Wow, after 300 years of peace, no war, here it is now that the Assyrians were planning now to send troops to conquer the nation located along the Mediterranean coast. And Phoenicia was one of those nations that was selected, and it was the first one that would be attacked. So at the beginning of the year 870 BC, two men hiding in a stable in Gilead in Israel expected to die in the next few hours. Okay. Let us see what happened with these two men who were expected to die. He has a epilogue, prologue. So I'm looking now for the epilogue. I'm looking, because he told us about two men who had expected to die. They were hiding in a stable. Yeah, in Gilead, in Israel. So I am not seeing his epilogue, so we just have to read the book to determine what happened. Okay. All right, so we'll continue reading then. Part 1. How are you doing? My name is June Lewis. I am in Jamaica. My channel name is June Lewis TV. I do inspirational talks. I discuss many topics. I speak about things of my country, current affair. I talk about love and relationship. Yeah. Sometimes I might be doing some cooking and I just share it with you. But for the most part, I am inspirational. All right. So today I'm reading The Fifth Mountain, a book by Paulo Coelho. All right. Let me show it to you properly. The Fifth Mountain. See? By Paulo Coelho, a Brazilian author. This is my copy of the book that I'm sharing the read with you. He has not asked me to promote the book. I am not being paid to do this. I am just enjoying a book and I'm sharing it with you. The Fifth Mountain. It's about Elijah, the prophet Elijah. That's what he says. That he will let Elijah lead him through the days and nights of Akbar. Okay, so here we go. Starting off the real story, part 1. I have served a Lord who now abandons me into the hand of my enemies, says Elijah. God is God, the Levite replied. He did not tell Moses whether he was good or evil. He simply said, I am. He is everything that exists under the sun. The lightning bolt that destroys a house, and the hand of a man that rebuilds it. He is everything, the I am. And that's what I say, you know. I believe in God, the I am, the great power, God of the universe. You know, no doubt in my mind that God exists. God exists to me as a great power. God identified himself to Moses as I am. And as Paul is saying, God is God. That's what the Levite says to Elijah. He did not tell Moses whether he was good or evil. He simply said, I am. God is everything that exists under the sun. The lightning bolt that destroys a house, and the hand of man that rebuilds it. Yes, God is God. Isn't that wonderful to know? Talking was the only way to ward off fear. And so now we're saying that it was Elijah and this Levite who was in Gilead hiding in the stable. Yes, it was Elijah. Remember we said that two men were hiding in a stable, right? Knowing that their death was imminent, a few hours yet, and that they would die. All right. Okay, so we continue. So we have established that a Levite and Elijah, I don't know whether Elijah was a Jew, Gentile, whatever he was, I don't know, but he was hiding in a stable in Israel. All right, and so they were having conversation, to alleviate their fear, in the face of death. So they were chatting, maybe whispering. And Elijah now was saying, listen, I have served the Lord who now abandons me into the hands of my enemies. And the Levite says, God is God. He did not tell Moses whether he was good or evil. He simply says, I am. So talking was the only way to ward off fear. At any moment, soldiers would open the door to the stable where they were hiding, discover them both, and offer the only choice possible, and offer the only choice that was possible. And that is that they should worship Baal, the Phoenician god, or be executed. So these two persons, they had refused to worship Baal, a mortal god. And they in turn worshipped a supernatural power. And they now were facing death if they did not choose to convert to the worship of Baal. They were searching house by house, converting the prophets or executing them. Wow. Are we moving again to these times? Maybe not to worship Baal, but given world events that are taking place, we might be asked to accept things that are contrary to our faith or our belief in some things. Are we moving towards that time again? Because, life and existence is cyclical. And so what happened once will also happen again. World without end. So things are cyclical. So just maybe. And then what will be our story? What will our story say? For future generations. When they decide now to search the history and to speak of, just like how we are reading, textually from the Bible, then our stories will be included there. So perhaps the Levites would convert and escape death. But for Elijah, there was no choice. Everything was happening through his own fault. And Jezebel wanted his head under all circumstances. Okay. It was an angel of the Lord who obliged me to speak to King Ahab and warn him that it would not rain so long as Baal was worshipped in Israel. So an angel had told Elijah to go to King Ahab and warn him that if they continue, or if they would worship Baal, there would be no rain. So it was an angel of the Lord who obliged me to speak to King Ahab and to warn him that it would not rain so long as Baal was worshipped in Israel, he said, almost in a plea for absolution, for having heeded what the angel had told him. But God acts slowly. When the drought begins to take place, Princess Jezebel will already have destroyed all who remain loyal to the Lord. Because, in Elijah's mind, God doesn't hasten to do things. He was saying, to the Levite, God acts slowly. And the Princess Jezebel would have already destroyed all who remain loyal to the Lord before even the rains cease. The Levite said nothing. He was reflecting on whether he should convert to Baal or die in the name of the Lord. Remember the Levites, those were the ones, who we would have read about, who, would present our cases to God. The Levites were like the priests, and so in those days, those were from the tribe. They were in charge of temple business. And here he was, this Levite, wondering whether he should convert to Baal and live or die in the name of the Lord. And this passage has really stood out to me in such a way that I have to now be certain of where my faith is and what I will certainly die for. So it can't be just, it's my culture. And in the face of death, I'm going to contemplate whether I will change gear. Because here it was the Levite who we would have thought would be adamant that, listen, if I live, I live. And if I die, I die. But the God, the Almighty, the I Am, is who I serve. But here he was, contemplating whether or not he should convert. So when we are not sure of where we stand, in our faith, then it can be daunting. So for me personally, I said in the beginning of my talk that right now, while I'm still able, I want to learn a little bit about Jesus. Because in my culture, Jesus is significant. And even when we pray, at the end of praying, we say, through Christ's sake, through Jesus Christ, Amen. And I want to know why we're doing that. Why? Why does my religion ask for that? And do I really believe in what I am saying? Yes, I believe in a God, the I Am. But what of Jesus and how I should pray? What significance is he really outside of theology to say that, okay, he is or was important in my worship and belief in a God? Well, I am learning that, yes, he might or might not have existed. Who my Bible says he was, the picture they painted of him, that's not who he was. They're talking a different make-up story. So I have to be sure. So for now, I am, confused as to whether I'm going to end my prayer through Christ's sake, Amen. Because I don't know the importance of that, closure, that end part, that conclusion to my prayer. So I will stick to whole great power, God of the universe, blah, 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 blah. Because that's where I am. And that's where I have been for quite some time. And here it is here. That we have the Levite. And we have Elijah. I don't know Elijah's nationality or how I don't know what he was. Whether he was Jew, whether he was Israelite, whether he was whatever he was. I don't know. I would have to go back now and look and see what he was really. But here he was in Israel in a stable. Maybe a Jew. I don't know. All right? Hiding alongside a Levite who should know, who should have known, who he believed in, and who is persuaded about. And he didn't know. He was contemplating. When Elijah was, saying, oh boy, I am the one who have caused me to be in this position. But then again, it was an angel who appeared to me and instructed me to warn the king, Ahab, that if they continue to worship Baal, then it will not rain. They will have no rain so long as Baal was worshipped in Israel. So he was actually, boy, in absolution, he was like saying, boy, I hope in my mouth. Maybe I should have kept it short. Maybe I should not have said anything. That's the position that he was in. Not feeling sorry, maybe, that he delivered the message, but in no way doubting what God said. He had no doubt. And he was sure that he was not going to worship Baal, because he had served the Lord all his life up to this point. Because he said, I have served a God who now abandons me into the hand of my enemies. Now the Levite had said nothing. He was reflecting on whether he should convert to Baal or die in the name of the Lord. What is your position? Will you convert to something else, or are you prepared to die? Is your faith such that you will become a martyr? Is your faith such? Have you had that encounter? Have you met God for yourself? Or we are living based on what, and somebody else's, account of the meeting and what we should be doing. I am encouraging us, to search. Let us continue our search. And then we can solidify our belief in whatever we want to believe in. I don't care. It's not my duty to convert or to encourage anyone to serve or not to serve. That's on you. That's on you. I can tell you what I am about, but the rest is on you. All right. So the Levite had said nothing. And so Elijah continued what should we say now? Mona what? Mona something another conversation. Because right now he was conversing with himself. Because I'm sorry. Because the Levite has gone silent. So now he has to be deciding, hey, what am I going to do? What am I going to do now? I might die, or I will die. He had no doubt. Unless God intervenes, his fate was sealed. And I believe, though fearful, he accepted. Though fearful, he accepted. Just like Jesus, who we have read about, the narrative that we have gotten, he accepted his fate, that he would die on the cross. For what reason he died, I'm sure it was not for my sins. No, it was not for my sins that he died at all. Not for my sins. He died because he was proclaiming himself maybe as King of the Jews, and then they would not have it. The Romans would not have it. A lot of his talkings, put him into trouble. Not my sins. I doubt that. And so, we continue. Who is God? Elijah continued. It is he who holds the sword of the soldier. The sword that executes those who will not betray the faith of our patriarchs. Who is God? Elijah continued. He was talking with himself. Or, with himself. Yes, the Levite was there, but he was there trying to decide, oh boy, maybe envisioning the sword. These persons coming in the swords, glistening the way they are sharp. And he's saying that, oh boy, one strike from the sword, he would be beheaded. Oh boy, he was picturing himself, and feeling that sword or seeing it coming down, because so sharp it was that his head would be severed before he could even cry out in pain. So I guess he was, envisioning all of that. But Elijah, he kept talking. Who is God? Elijah continued. Is it he who holds the sword of the soldier? The sword that executes those who will not betray the faith of our patriarchs? Was it he who placed a foreign princess on our country's throne so that all this misfortune would befall our generation? Does God kill the faithful, the innocent, those who follow the laws of Moses? These are the questions, that Elijah asked. The Levite made his decision. He preferred to die, which was good. Now he was sure that, listen, I'm not going to abandon my faith. I am deciding to die. Then he began to laugh, for the idea of death frightened him no more. He turned to the young prophet beside him and attempted to calm him. Ask God, since you doubt his decision, he said. Ask God. Ask God all those questions. Since you doubt his decisions, since you doubt that God will, withhold the rain, since you doubt that it is God who put Jezebel, was it there? Okay. Since you doubt that it was God who put this Phoenician princess, Jezebel, on the throne, and who now wants your head, whatever you are in doubt of, ask God. That's what the Levi said. Ask God, since you doubt his decisions, he said, I have accepted my faith. I have decided that it is okay to die. The Lord cannot wish us to be massacred without mercy, insisted Elijah, because he was in fear. He was fearful, like all of us would be, Christians, non-Christians, whoever, whatever. He was fearful. And he kept talking. The Lord cannot wish us to be massacred without mercies. Because sometimes we find ourselves, at the Red Sea. We find ourselves in a situation that we are saying, God, where are you? Where are you? Do you really, really exist? Do you exist? Why is it when situations, like this turn up, you're never around? I have to be making excuses. Where are you? So these are, the things Elijah, was saying. Where are you? God is all powerful. If he limited himself to doing only that which we call good, we could not call him the Almighty. He would command only one part of the universe. And there would exist someone more powerful than he, watching and judging. This part is interesting. God is all powerful. If he limited himself to doing only that which we call good, the things that we desire, then we could not have called him the Almighty. because he would command only one part of the universe, and there would exist someone more powerful than he, watching and judging his acts. In that case, I would worship that more powerful someone. So God the Almighty does not only the things that we consider good, because if he was doing only the things or concerned with only those things that we consider to be good, then there was somebody else judging him. And he would have to be making sure that all his acts are good, or we consider good. So the Levite was saying, if he was only concerned with what we consider good, then God, the I Am, would not have been almighty. Hi, this is interesting. If he is all powerful, why doesn't he spare the suffering of those who love him? That's what Elijah was saying. Like many of us, when our backs are against the wall, when we are faced with difficult situation, when we cannot see the road ahead, when the hurdles are too high, the valleys are too deep, the mountains, are just overbearing, then we say, oh my God, where is God? Where is God? God, you need to show up. So this was a position that Elijah was in. And he was saying, because remember now, he's expecting that anytime now, the soldiers would come and get them and they would be executed. So he was, trying to calm himself because he is sure that he was going to, be executed. He did not want to die. The Levite had made his peace and he accepted his fate. But here was the prophet, almost persuaded. Almost. He did what the angel said he should do. And having done that, he was not expecting to be executed. So he continued, if God is all powerful, why doesn't he spare the sufferings of those who love him? Why doesn't he save them instead of giving might and glory to his enemies? I don't know, said the Levite, but a reason exists, and I hope to learn it soon. You have no answer to this question? No. Yeah. Levite was saying, you have no answer to this question? That's what Elijah asked the Levite. So the Levite said, no. The two men fell silent. Elijah felt a cold sweat. I'm reading Paul Coelho's novel. It's called The Fifth Mountain. The Fifth Mountain. Paulo Coelho. The Fifth Mountain. All right. So I'm reading and I'm chatting a little. All right. So the two men fell silent because they were hiding in a barn in Israel because they should be executed if they did not refrain from serving their God and worship Baal. They were to be converted, and here they were hiding because they did not want to convert. They would not convert. All right? So they were hiding, but the soldiers were going from house to house, searching for persons and, getting them to convert to the worship of Baal. Maybe, I would have said, all right, I am converted to worship Baal, but deep within me, I know that I would not. So even if I go to wherever they do the worship, in my heart, I would have been worshiping God Almighty, but I would have to learn the language and to remember not to say God and all of that. I would have to say Baal. But in my heart, then I would know that no, 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 it's not Baal that I am in worship to. But let us read further. So the Levite now said to Elijah the prophet, "You are terrified of death, but I have already accepted my fate. I am going out to bring an end to this agony." He's not going to sit and wait anymore for death to come. He's going to go out. Each time I hear a scream out there, I suffer, imagining how it will be when my time comes. Since we have been locked in here, I have died 100 folds, while I could have died just once. If I am to be beheaded, let it be as quickly as possible. That's what the Levite said. He has accepted his fate. He will not convert to the worship of Baal. He will worship the I am, the God that he knows exists. Not some statue, not some son of some other God, mortal God, not any representation in statue form, which brings me, to realize now that, many of these statues that we see, even in our country, we have a lot of who we consider heroes and all of that. So it could have been such, that these persons who fight for us, for our liberation, for our freedom from slavery, they have these statues, monuments erected. Even we're at the major park where we go for our walks, we have these busts on pillars. So, just looking at it now, maybe, just maybe, these were the things, these statues, these busts, were what, were what, oh yeah, these were what were worshipped then. So there was a statue of Baal, because Baal was a son of somebody, one of those gods. All right, so he was worshipped. So maybe statues of him would have been erected at different points, and so they go and they worship. Yeah, these representation of this human form, Baal, this human. Because my understanding is that these gods, Baal and his brothers and all of that, they were worshipped. So that was the situation there, being worshipped. So I could decide that, okay, our athlete, Usain Bolt, I could have decided that, hey, he has done so much for the country, sport-wise, I am gonna worship Usain. So there's a statue of Usain in the park here in Jamaica or wherever it is located. So I am gonna go and I am gonna pay homage, I am gonna worship Usain because he is a God in his own right. I could decide that what the narrative I am gonna push. Yeah, I could decide that. Hey, it is making a lot of sense. But here the Levite says, "Listen to me, prophet. I am gonna go out and come out of hiding because it's just a matter of time until my time comes. I can't take the suffering anymore. Each time I hear someone scream, I die. So let me just go out and face death and just end it all. If I am to be beheaded, Let it be as quickly as possible, he said. He was right. Elijah had heard the same screams, and he had suffered beyond his ability to withstand the screams. Hey, I am going out with you. I, weary of fighting for a few more hours of life. Right. He rose and he opened the stable door, allowing the sun to enter and expose them. So he opened the door of their hiding place, and there they were in plain sight. Both of them have accepted that, hey, listen, I will not convert to the worship of Baal. We will not, in unison or in one aim, one destiny, one decision, and the decision was we will not worship Baal. So we are getting out of hiding, and if we die, we die. If we live, we live. The Levite took Elijah by the arm, and they began to walk. If not for one, then another scream. It would have seemed a normal day in a city like any other. A sun that barely tingled the skin, the breeze coming from a distant ocean to moderate the temperature. So it was like a normal day, except, for the screams of persons who are being executed. It was a normal day, a day like any other day. But it was decorated with screams. Our souls are prisoners of the terror of death, and the day is beautiful, says the Levite. Many times before, when I felt at peace with God and the world, the temperature was horrible. The desert wind filled my eyes with sand and did not permit me to see a hand span before me. Not always does his plan agree with what we are or what we feel, but be assured that he has a reason for all of this. God has a reason for everything that happens in our lives. I admire your faith. That's what Elijah said to the Levite. I admire your faith. Because, even though Elijah went out with the Levite, and even though he was sure he will not convert to Baalism, he was not prepared. He was not ready to die for the cause. He was human, and it would take time. It would take some time for him to, accept death. The Levite looked at the sky as if reflecting briefly. Then he turned to Elijah. Do not admire and do not believe so much. It was a wager I make with myself. I wagered that God exists. It was a wager he made with himself, and the wager he made was that God exists. So he contemplated, does God exist? Does God not exist? It was a wager. All right. Because, he was prepared to die. And Elijah said to him, I admire your faith. And here he was saying to Elijah, no, it's not something that you're going to say, I admire. I wager, I decide that, hey, look, God exists. I wagered that God exists. You are a prophet, answered Elijah. You too hear voices and know that there is a world beyond this world. You are a prophet. You too hear voices and know that there is a world beyond this world. Beautifully written. Are you a prophet? Do you too hear voices and believe that there is a world beyond this one? Let me know. It could be my imagination. That's what the Levite said. It could be my imagination. But Elijah rebutted and said, you have seen God's signs. Elijah insisted, beginning to feel anxiety at his companion's word, that it could be his imagination. So Elijah says, you have seen God's signs. The Levite again insisted, it could be my imagination. In actuality, the only concrete thing I have is my wager. I have told myself that everything comes from the Most High. Yeah. So yes, it could be my imagination, but I have made my wager, and I have told myself that everything comes from the Most High. Have you made your wager? What have you wagered? And what have you concluded? Have you concluded that like me, who conclude that God exists and that everything comes from Him, the Most High? That's where I am in my belief. Where are you in yours? You can share that in the comment section. The streets are deserted. Inside their houses, the people waited for Ahab's soldier to complete the tasks that the foreign princes have demanded, executing the prophets of Israel. Wow. Elijah walked beside the Levite, feeling that behind each door and window was someone watching him and blaming him for what had happened. I did not ask to be a prophet. Perhaps everything is merely the fruit of my imagination, thought Elijah. But after what has occurred in the carpenter's shop, he knew it was not his imagination. So here we are now. He's taking us back, right? And because he contemplated that he did not ask to be a prophet. And here he was saying to himself, perhaps everything is merely a fruit of my imagination. But after what had occurred in the carpenter's shop, he knew that it was not his imagination. So we need to know what happened in the carpenter's shop. We're reading Paulo Coelho novel called The Fifth Mountain. Paulo is also the author of the bestseller, international bestseller, The Alchemist. Yeah. So I'm just reading my copy of the book to you. We're just having conversation here. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for being here with me. My name is June Lewis. I am in Jamaica. It is Tuesday, December 12th, And the time is 5:57 in the a.m. The dawn is breaking. All right, so it's not as dark as when I started. Okay, so let us see what happened in the carpenter's shop that have caused Paul, Elijah to decide that it was not his imagination that was speaking to him. He was indeed a prophet. Since childhood, he had heard voices and spoken with angels. This is Elijah. This was when he had been impelled by his father and mother to seek out a priest of Israel who, after making many questions, identified Elijah as a, what's this word? Oh, whatever. Prophet, Nabai. It's not Rabbi, it's Nabi. Nabai, a prophet. So, since childhood, he had heard voices and spoken with angels. So he would have, relate this to his parents. All right. So his parents told him to seek out a prophet of Israel who, after asking many questions, he identified Elijah as a prophet, a man of the Spirit, one who exalts himself with the word of God. After speaking with him for many hours, the priest told his father and mother that whatever the boy might utter should be regarded as earnest. So he was telling them things, and he was saying to them that, listen, I'm hearing voices. I'm speaking with angels. So maybe they say, this boy is, mentally ill. He's a patient, of psychiatry. We need to take him to see a psychiatrist who will determine his mental situation or position. So anyway, they took him to a priest. And after many questioning, hours of talking, then the priest concluded that this boy is truly a prophet, and told his spirit that whatever the boy utters should be regarded as earnest, as truth. When they left that place now, his father and mother demanded that Elijah never tell anyone, do not tell anyone what he saw and what he heard. To be a prophet meant having ties to the government, and that was always dangerous. They were protecting their child. In any case, Elijah had never heard anything that might interest priests or kings. He spoke only with his guardian angel and heard only advice about his own life. From time to time, he had visions he could not understand. Distant seas, mountains populated with strange beings, wheels with wings and eyes, all these things that we read about in the Bible. As soon as the visions disappeared, he made every effort to forget them as quickly as possible, because this was what his parents said. Do not repeat these things. So when they came to him, he dismissed them. He tries to forget. So for this reason, the voices and the vision became more and more infrequent, because he was not acting on them. He was not showing any interest. His father and mother were pleased, and they did not raise the matter again. When he came of age to sustain himself, they lent him money to open a small carpentry shop. So he would not be acting as a prophet. Now he has learned the trade, the skills of carpentry, and he is now gonna do the business of carpentry. So his personal legend, his purpose was being subdued out of fear, because To be a prophet, you have to have ties to government and religions and all of that. And this could be very dangerous. No one wants to lose their child. And so they were quite protective of him. Now and again, he would gaze respectfully upon the other prophets who walked the streets of Gilead, wearing their customary cloaks of skin and sashes of leather, and saying that the Lord has singled them out to guide the chosen people. Truly, such was not his destiny. Never would he be capable of evoking a trance through dancing or self-flagellation, a common practice among those exalted by the voice of God, because he was afraid of pain. All right. Nor would he ever walk the streets of Gilead, proudly displaying the scars from injuries achieved during a state of ecstasy, for he was too shy. So, I guess the prophets there would do self-flagellation. That would be like whipping themselves until they bleed. They bled from wherever, and that was a common practice among those exalted by the voice of God, or they would be, dancing and, probably getting into a trance and injuring themselves. Elijah considered himself a common man. So backing up a bit, so truly then, this trance-like behavior that we would see now in our days, they're not new. So these prophets used to evoke trance through dancing or self-beating. Yeah. So when we see these trance-like behaviors, oh boy, I always wondered, but this has been coming from as far back as Elijah. So this practice was exalted by persons who said they were hearing the voice of God. Okay. So they could not be in their self state. All right. Elijah considered himself a common man, one who dressed like the rest and who tortured only his own soul with the same fears and temptations of simple mortals. As his work in the carpentry shop went on, the voices ceased completely, for adults and workers have no time for such things. His father and mother were happy with their son, and life proceeded in harmony and peace. The conversation with the priest, when he was still a child, came to be merely a remote memory. Elijah could not believe that Almighty God must talk with men to have his orders obeyed. What had happened in his childhood was only the fantasy of a boy with nothing to do. In Gilead, his native city, there were those thoughts by the inhabitants to be mad. They were unable to speak coherently and incapable of distinguishing the voice of the Lord from the delirium of insanity. They spent their lives in the street, preaching the end of the world and living on the charity of others. Even so, none of the priests considered them exalted by the voice of God. So even though they, the prophets, were hearing voices and speaking with angels, the priests, they live a lowly life, hearing from God. They lived lowly life. They were not exalted or revered. They were just preaching of end times. The coming of the Lord is near. Repent. maybe things like that, or probably, you know, telling one about their future, their destiny, and all of that. But the priests, who would maybe in the first place would have said to them, "You are a prophet, and whatever you say should be taken in earnest." The priests did not really respect these prophets because they did not regard their sayings. And maybe that's the situation with us today. We might have prophets, in our midst, but we don't regard them as such. Or maybe their acts are such that are questionable, and so we would consider that they're the worshippers and they are practicing necromancy and all of that. So we in turn show very little respect. I don't know, it could be that way. What are your thoughts? What do you think? I don't know. I don't know. We continue reading to glean an insight into the life of the prophet Elijah. Whether or not this prophet existed in real life, I don't know. I don't have the history, but I like the story. So even if it was made up, it's okay. It's okay for me. It's okay for me. If it was even made up, it's okay. So we continue reading. Elijah concluded in the end that the priests would never be sure of what they were saying. The exalted of God were a consequence of a country uncertain of its ways, where brother fought brother, where new governments appear with regularity. Prophets and madmen were one and the same. That's what Elijah concluded, that, the priests would never be sure of what they were saying about the exalted of God. Or to be exalted of God were a consequence of a country that uncertain of its way, where brother fought brother, where new government appeared with regularity. Prophets and madmen were one and the same. That's what they were saying. You're a prophet, you're a madman. One and the same. We have no respect for you. What you're saying doesn't mean much. That's what Elijah concluded in the end. Anyway, when he learned of his king's marriage, King Ahab, marriage to Jezebel, the princess of Tyre, he had thought it of little significance. He didn't, pay that much mind. He didn't pay much attention to that. Other kings of Israel had done the same, and the result had been a lasting peace in the region and an ever more important trade with Lebanon. Elijah scarcely cared if the people of the neighboring country believed in gods. Like myself, I don't care. So Elijah scarcely cared if the people of the neighboring country believed in gods that did not exist, or dedicated themselves to strange religious practices, such as worshipping animals and mountains. They were honest in their negotiations, and that was what matters most. Whatever you choose to believe in, that's what matters. It's not for me to judge you. I don't care whether you believe in gods, whether you choose to believe in the God of the universe, what I believe in, all right? I don't care if you believe in gods, animal worshiping. I don't care. What is important is that you're honest in your negotiations. You wager, should I believe in this? Should I believe in that? Okay, the evidence or whatever information I have on this, it's more acceptable, and so I will travel this path. Yes, so I don't care. Just be honest with yourself. That's what matters. Elijah went on buying the cedar because he was a carpenter now. So Elijah went on buying the cedars they brought in and selling the products of his carpentry shop. I'm reading from this book, The Fifth Mountain by Paulo Coelho. It's looking back here on your screen. All right. So I will try to project it forward. No one has asked me to critique the book. I just find it a good read. It's my copy of the book, The Fifth Mountain. It's a story of Elijah, the prophet. All right. So this is my copy. I'm sharing it with you this morning. I enjoy the reading of Paulo Coelho. It is simple, and it allows me some focal point. So when I go read a story in my Bible, then I have another story, a more practical presentation in my mind, which makes accepting the story or understand the biblical story or the biblical text even more. So Elijah went on buying his cedar because he was a carpenter, so he would buy it. And he was in Israel, he would be buying his cedar. All right. And making his whatever he makes, does his carpentry. Okay, yes, the product of his carpentry shop. Though they were sometimes haughty and liked to call themselves Phoenicians because of the different color of their skin, none of the merchants from Lebanon has ever tried to take advantage of the confusion that reigned in Israel. All right? So they like to call themselves Phoenicians because of the different color of their skin. None of the merchants from Lebanon, because Phoenicia was the same Lebanon, they had never tried to take advantage of the confusion that reigned in Israel. They did not get into, this whole confusion. They paid a fair price for the merchandise and made no comment about the constant internal wars or the political problems facing the Israelites. But after ascending to the throne, Jezebel had asked Ahab to replace the worship of the Lord with that of the gods of Lebanon. All right, so Ahab married Jezebel, and Jezebel was a Phoenician, a Lebanese, and they were into the worship of Baal. They worship gods. So after she ascended to the throne now, Jezebel asked Ahab to replace the worship of the Lord, who they could not see, with that of the gods of Lebanon. That too had happened before. Elijah, though outraged at Ahab's compliance, continued to worship the God of Israel and to observe the laws of Moses. It will pass, he thought. Jezebel seduced Ahab, but she will not succeed in convincing the people. But Jezebel was a woman unlike others. She began rewarding those who deserted the Lord and accepted the new deity. Ahab ordered a temple built for Baal in Samaria, and in it he raised an altar. Pilgrimage began, and the worship of the gods of Lebanon spread to all parts. So Ahab, even though, yes, I'm sure I think, not sure, that before he married Jezebel, he was worshiping the Lord as far as we would know. But having married Jezebel, she convinced him, to ask the people or force the people to convert to the worship of Baal. He obliged. He built a temple for Baal in Samaria, and in it he raised an altar. And so pilgrimages began. People will be traveling now to Samaria for the worship. It will pass. It may take a generation, but it will pass. That's what Elijah was thinking. Many times, we see things happening and we say, okay, this too will pass. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It doesn't. Sometimes in our countries we see things happening and the leaders making certain decisions, and though we might rebel and we say no, 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 but what happens is that these things are here to stay. Very slowly, they become etched into our societies, and before we know it, we are caught up in it. So hear what Elijah is saying. This will pass. The worship of Baal will pass. Then something he was not expecting took place. One afternoon, as he was finishing a table in his shop, everything around him grew dark and thousands of tiny lights began twinkling around him. His head began to ache as never before. He tried to sit, but could not move a muscle. It was not his imagination. I'm dying, he thought at the moment. And now I'll discover where God sends us after death, to the art of the firmament. That's what he thought. He was having such an intense headache. He thought that he was dying. And then he thought to himself, okay, I will now discover where God sends us after we die. So he knew where he was whilst he was living. And now, in the face of impending death, at least so he thought, he would know where God would send him after death. One of the lights shone more brightly and suddenly, as if coming from everywhere at once. Yeah. First he saw many lights, thousands of tiny lights began twinkling about him. But one of the lights shone more brightly and suddenly, as if from everywhere at once. And this was when the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, Tell Ahab that as surely as the Lord God of Israel liveth, before whom thou standest, there shall be dew, not rain these years, but according to my word. Tell Ahab that as surely as the Lord God of Israel liveth, before whom thou standest, there shall not be dew nor rain these years, but according to my word. That was the message that came to him as he was closing his carpentry shop one evening or one afternoon. Elijah did not sleep the next moment, all returned to normal. The carpentry shop, the afternoon light, the voices of children playing in the street. Elijah did not sleep that night. For the first time in many years, the sensation of his childhood came back to him, and it was not his guardian angel speaking, but something larger and more powerful than he. He feared that if he failed to carry out the order, he might be cursed in his trade. By morning, he had decided to do as he had been asked. After all, he was only the messenger of something that did not concern him. Once the task was done, the voices would not return to trouble him. That's what he thought. I am reading The Fifth Mountain. This is my copy of a book by Paulo Coelho. Yes, it's the story of Elijah. So this morning I'm just beginning the book. I have read it before, at least somewhat. So I have started reading this morning for us. I thank you for being here with me. Thank you for listening. Yes, I'm so happy you have decided to join me here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So there's a story of Elijah the prophet in our Bible. So here, Paulo Coelho is telling the story of Elijah in his book called The Fifth Mountain. I am enjoying the read. I am trying to, educate myself somewhat. So Elijah didn't sleep that night, and by morning he decided that he would have to go and deliver the message. It was not difficult to arrange a meeting with King Ahab. So Elijah was able to get to the king, which means that he probably or his family was respected enough to be able to call a meeting with the king. Because here, Paul is saying it was not difficult to arrange a meeting with King Ahab. Many generations before, with the ascension of King Samuel to the throne, the prophets had gained importance in commerce and in government. Right? They could marry, they could have children, but they must always be at the Lord's disposal so that the rulers would never stray from the correct path. Traditions held that thanks to these exalted of God, many battles have been won, and that Israel survived because its rulers, when they did stray from the path of righteousness, always had a prophet to lead them back to the way of the Lord. So yes, maybe the priest did not, give into the prophets much, but the king knew the importance of the prophet in the preservation of their nation. So Elijah arrived at the palace. He told the king that a drought would assail the regions until worship of the Phoenician god was forsaken. So he delivered the message. The sovereign gave little importance to his word, but Jezebel, who was at Ahab's side and listened attentively to what Elijah was saying, began to ask a series of questions about the message. Elijah told her of the vision, of the pain in his head, of the sensation that time had stopped as he listened to the angel. As he described what had happened, he was able to observe closely the princess of whom all were talking. She was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, with long, dark hair falling to the waist of a perfectly contoured body. Her green eyes, which shone in her dark face, remained fixed on Elijah's. He was unable to decipher what they meant, nor could he know the impact his words were causing. But Jezebel knew. She knew that the message of Elijah was true. So, having delivered his message, he left, convinced that he had carried out his mission and could go back to his work in the carpenter shop. But on his way, he desired Jezebel with all the ardor of his 23 years. He was just 23 years old. And he was desiring Jezebel, the wife of King Ahab. And he asked God whether in the future he could find a woman from Lebanon, for they were beautiful with dark skin and green eyes, full of mystery. He asked God to provide him a wife from Lebanon. He worked for the rest of the day and slept peacefully. The next morning he was awakened before dawn by the Levite. Jezebel had convinced the king that the prophets were a menace to the growth and expansion of Israel. The next morning, he was awakened before dawn by the Levites. And Levites, those were the priestly persons. Ahab's soldiers had orders to execute all who refuse to abandon the sacred task that God has conferred upon them. To Elijah alone, however, he had no right of choice. No right of choice had been given. He was not asked to choose whether he will continue to serve his God or to denounce his faith. No, and serve Baal. To Elijah alone, however, no right of choice had been given. He was to be killed. He was to be killed. So his fate was sealed. He must die, while everyone else was asked to denounce his faith. He must be killed. He and the Levites spent 2 days hidden in the stable. So it was just a matter of 3 days of delivering the message, because he delivered the message, and then the next day soldiers were given orders to do whatever the Levite told him. So he and the Levite spent 2 days hidden in the stable south of Gilead, while 450 prophets were summarily executed. 450. But most of the prophets who roamed the streets, beating themselves and preaching the end of the world for its corruption and lack of faith, had accepted conversion to the new religion. So 450 decided that no, what we are saying, that's the way it is, who we represent exists, we prefer to die. So they were killed. But most of the prophets who roamed the streets, flagellating themselves and preaching the end of the world for its corruption and lack of faith, had accepted conversion to the new religion. I'll take a break here. I'll be back with you. I will ever keep on chatting. Yes, I keep on talking. Gonna stretch my legs. Yeah. And maybe change headpiece or headset. My name is June Lewis. I am in Jamaica. Yeah. It's Tuesday, December 12th. It's a beautiful day. In another 2 weeks or less, yes, 2 weeks, it will be Boxing Day. So Christmas Day would have come. Christmas Day would have come. And all who celebrate would celebrate. I don't know how it's gonna be for me. I don't know. But celebrating Christmas is a thing here. We all have to celebrate something. So whether we celebrate the birth of our children, whether we celebrate the birth or the life of Jesus the Christ, whatever it is that we choose to, celebrate, it's good. that we identify with celebrating and celebrating the life of Christ. Maybe it's what we ought to do if we can, decide, wager what where our belief system is. Mm-hmm. If we can do that, then we'll be good. How are you doing today? I hope that all is well. I pray that all is well. Where are you watching this video from? Where are you? Where are you? I'm taking a stretch. Yes, it's good. My name is June. Visitors and locals alike. Quite fascinating, quite interesting. On the way, we have I find this fruit called blueberry, no, cheeseberry. It's this fruit that it melts. You picked it, it melts in your hand. I don't know why, but it's not like you can rip it and keep it for you, and it has to be consumed. It's still there on the path. When I went there many years ago, we had some. So we did that on the way with the small bunches on the vine. kind of thing, and obviously, that's my thing. While you're preparing for the holiday season, will you get bonus, extra pay from work? In the sector, you really don't get anything extra. Yeah, I don't see that happening. Because I would love one to be here for subsidize the pay. As a matter of fact, in my country, I don't there's any plan, real plan by the government to take care in any real way of their elderly. No, sir. It becomes the family's responsibility, even if you have served. They have a pension scheme, but that can't even value food. That can't even value food for a week. Let alone pay for pension. So if you don't belong to the because yes, you have work. You don't have work. yes. But then it comes down to affordability and what does make sense, you know? What does make sense? So you have to buy the things of prepare those things that can go the distance, you know, feed the family. So in many cases, malnutrition sets in. And then nobody speaks of these things, you know. Nobody speaks of these things. It's as if they think we don't know what's happening. But we know. And we are not keeping quiet. We are complaining, but no one is listening. They're not listening. They're not listening at all. But we'll go on. This one I'm reading from Paulo Coelho's book, The Alchemist. No, not The Alchemist. He is the author of The Alchemist. I'm reading The Fifth Mountain. That's the name of the book, and that's the title of the live. Okay. Okay, the light is now coming in. So it's making the picture. So I have to shut it off somewhere. Right, so that okay. So we continue reading. So here we learned that Jezebel had ordered the execution of the prophets, of which Elijah was a prophet. 450 has been executed in a matter of 2 days. Some have decided to convert to the worship of Baal. Okay. Elijah and the priest, the Levite, they were hiding in a stable. They have decided to come out of hiding and to face their fate. So they are on the outside now. A sharp sound, followed by a scream, broke into Elijah's thought. He turned in alarm to his companion. What was that? There was no answer. The Levite's body fell to the ground, an arrow piercing his chest. So here they were, walking. Jezebel had ordered that the prophets be given a chance to convert to the worship of Baal. Anyways, for Elijah, the prophet, he was given no chance. He should be slaughtered. That was his fate. He should be slaughtered. All right. Now, he and the prophet, Elijah the prophet, and the Levite, they were walking. They had come out of hiding in the stable, and now they were walking. Elijah heard a scream. Remember, they were walking, together. A sharp sound, followed by a scream, broke into Elijah's thoughts. He turned in alarm to his companion. What was that? That's what he was asking the Levites. There was no answer. The Levite's body fell to the ground, an arrow piercing his chest. So the Levite was killed just like that. He lost his companion. So, was the arrow intended for the Levite? Because he should have been given a chance, to say whether he was going to be converted. So, in my mind, it was intended for Elijah, who was given no choice. He should be slaughtered. He has no right of choice. He was to be killed. But here it was, the arrow pierced the chest of his companion, the Levite, and the Levite bodies fell to the ground. Standing before him, a soldier fitted another arrow into his bow. Elijah looked about him. The streets with doors and windows tightly shut. The sun shining in the heavens. A breeze coming from an ocean of which he had heard so much, but had never seen. He thought of running, but he knew he would be overtaken before he reached the next corner. If I must die, let it not be from behind, he thought. He will face his death as a man. Yeah, if I must die, let it not be from behind. The soldier again raised his bow. To Elijah's surprise, he felt neither fear nor the instinct to survive, nor anything else. It was as if everything had been determined long ago, and the two of them, he and the soldier, were merely playing roles in a drama not of their own writing. He remembered his childhood. So there he was, so everything happening so fast. His companion was lying on the ground right there. He was standing face to face with his executioner. Executioner. He remembered his childhood, the mornings and afternoons in Gilead, the unfinished work he would leave in his carpentry shop. He thought of his mother and father, who has never desired their son to be a prophet. He thought of Jezebel's eyes and King Ahab's smile. He thought how stupid it was to die at the age of 23 without ever having known a woman's love. So he was still a virgin, The soldier's hands released the string. The arrow slashed through the air, hummed past his right ear to bury itself in the dusty ground behind him. The soldier rearmed his bow and pointed it. But instead of firing, he fixed his eyes on Elijah's. I am the greatest archer in all King Ahab's army, he said. For 7 years I have never aired a shot. Elijah turned to the Levite's body. That arrow was meant for you. The soldier's bow was still taut and his hands were trembling. Elijah was the only prophet who must be killed. The others could choose faith of Baal, he said. That's what the soldier was saying to Elijah, that listen, I am the greatest archer. For 7 years I have never missed a shot. Elijah, having looked at the Levite's body, looked on the ground at the Levite's body. The soldier said to him, that arrow was meant for you, Elijah. Elijah was the only prophet who must be killed. Yeah, Magic Then. Hi, little sister. How are you? How are you, my darling? I'm here, chatting. Yeah, trying to make, myself happy, trying to learn the words and to understand the writings in the book we call the Bible here. Trying to understand the story of Elijah through this book, The Fifth Mountain. It's a book by the author Paulo Coelho. I've titled the The Fifth Mountain. Excerpts from Paulo Coelho's novel of the same name. Yeah. Excerpt. Yeah. It's quite interesting. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Let me show you the book. Oh, come on. International bestseller. It's the Fifth Mountain. The Fifth Mountain by Paulo Coelho. Yeah. How are you, Venge? How are you doing? I hope you're doing fine. I am doing fine myself. All is well. All is very well. I started off chatting about the culture in my country, religious culture, and that is one of Christianity. And I'm saying I believe in a God, a great power, God of the universe. I am, however, having a little trouble, a little problem in fitting in Jesus. Yes, I'm having a little trouble there, fitting in Jesus. Yeah, but it's okay. I am doing my research. I like the prophet Elijah. Somehow I just fall in love with him. You know, whether he exists or did not exist, whether it's a fallacious argument that we are following, I don't know. And really, for him, I don't care. I love Elijah. So, truth or myth, you know, the story is one that interests me. So, so I will read and talk about it today. So, the soldier had gone to kill Elijah. He had missed and killed the priest instead. So he was telling Elijah, I am supposed to kill you. I have never erred a shot. And see, now I have. So Elijah said, then finish your work. Kill me. He himself, Elijah, was surprised at his own calmness. He had imagined death so often during the nights in the stable, and now he saw that he had suffered unnecessarily. In a few seconds, all would be ended. I can't, said the soldier, his hands still trembling. The arrow changing directions at every instant. Leave. Get out of my presence, because I believe God deflected my arrow and will curse me if I kill you. It was then, as he discovered that death could elude him, that the fear of death returned. There was still the possibility of seeing the ocean, of finding a wife, having children, and completing his work in the shop. Finish this here and now, Elijah said. At this moment I am calm. If you tarry, I will suffer over all that I am losing. The soldier looked about him to make certain that no one had witnessed the scene. Then he lowered his bow, placed the arrow in its quiver, and disappeared around the corner. Elijah felt his legs begin to weaken. The terror had returned in all its intensity. He must flee at once, disappear from Gilead, never again have to meet face to face a soldier with a drawn bow and an arrow pointed at his heart. He had not chosen his destiny, nor had he sought out Ahab in order to boast to his neighbors that he had talked with the king. He was not responsible for the massacre of the prophets, nor even for one afternoon, having seen time stopped, and the carpentry shop transformed into a dark hole filled with points of light. Hello everyone, I am in Jamaica. My name is June. The channel you are watching is June Lewis TV. Today I'm presenting The Fifth Mountain from a novel of Paulo Coelho of the same name. Alright, how are you? How are you doing? This is what the book that I am reading. Thank you for stopping by. It is my pleasure having you here. I know you could have been otherwise minded. You have thousands of channels from which to choose and many of videos to watch, and you choose to give me a moment of your time. I do not take it for granted. I thank and I appreciate you being here. This book, no one asked me to review it nor to present an excerpt of it. This is my copy of the book, and I am just sharing it with you. It's a book on the story on the life of Elijah. Why Paulo decided to call it the Fifth Mountain, I have no idea. Mimicking the soldier's gesture, he looked to all sides. The streets were deserted. He thought of seeing if he could still save the Levite's life. But the terror quickly returned, and before anyone else could appear, Elijah fled. So his companion died, and he had to leave. And that was part one of the book, of the Fifth Mountain. So part two now. Elijah, having fled because he had cheated death, he walked for many hours, taking paths long since unused. He walked for many hours, taking paths long since unused, until he arrived at the bank of the rivulet of Cherith. He felt shamed at his cowardice, but joy at being alive. He drank a bit of water, sat, and only then realized the situation in which he found himself. The next day, he would need to feed himself, and food was nowhere to be found in the desert. So he was at the bank of the rivulet of Cherith. That's where, having fled Gilead, he found himself in Cherith, at the bank of the rivulet. He found himself at the bank of the rivulet of Cherith. There he drank water, and now thinking that, hey, come tomorrow I will need food. He remembered the carpentry shop, his long years of work, and having been forced to leave it all behind. In a similar way, that, the story of Lot and Lot's wife having looked back, here Elijah was reflecting. He was looking back. He was looking back on what he has left behind. He remembered the carpentry shop, his long years of work. Now he has been forced to leave it all behind. Some of the neighbors were his friends, but he could not count on them. The story of his flight must have already spread throughout the city, and he was hated by all for having escaped, while he sent true men of faith to martyrdom. Whatever he had done in the past now lay in ruins, merely because he had elected to carry out the Lord's will. Tomorrow, and in the days, weeks, and months to come, the traders from Lebanon would knock on his door, and someone would tell him the owner had fled, leaving behind a trail of innocent prophets' death. Perhaps they would add that he had tried to destroy the gods that protected heaven and earth. The story would quickly cross Israel's border, and he could forget ever marrying a woman as beautiful as those in Lebanon. So you see, the Phoenicians, the Lebanese, they worship gods. And they believed that those gods protected heaven and earth. On the other hand, Elijah worshiped the God of heaven and earth. So you see how this story flips? There are the ships. Yes, there were the ships. Criminals, prisoners of wars, fugitives were usually accepted as mariners because it was a profession more dangerous than the army. So you have criminals, prisoners of war, and fugitives were usually accepted as mariners because it was a profession that was more dangerous than the army. So they used them as mariners. In war now, soldiers always had a chance to escape with his life. But the seas were an unknown, populated by monsters, and when a tragedy occurred, none were left to tell the story. There were the ships. He were contemplating that he could get onto one of the ships, but they were controlled by the Phoenician merchants. That's the problem. The same persons whose gods he refused to serve, these were the persons who controlled the ships. So he was not a criminal, he was not a prisoner, he was not a fugitive, but someone who had dared raise his voice against the god Baal. Right? So he was none of the above who were chosen to be mariners. Right? He was not a criminal, he was not a prisoner, he was not a fugitive, but simply someone who had dared raise his voice against the god Baal. When they found him out, he would be killed anyway and cast into the sea. For mariners believed that Baal and his gods governed the storm. So if he did not believe in Baal, if he was bringing his gods on their ship, they're going to kill him. Because they're going to say, you're going to bring misfortune to us. You're going to cause destruction of the ship. And it's, the content, it's, and the mariners who were on it are going to suffer. So, we have to kill you so that the ship will go on. He could not go towards the ocean, nor could he make his way north, for there lay Lebanon. So he could not go to the sea. He could not go north because that would be going to Lebanon. He could not go east, where certain tribes of Israel were engaged in a war that had already lasted 2 generations. So he could not go north, he could not go east. So east of Israel, I don't know what that was. He recalled the feeling of calm he had experienced in the presence of the soldier. After all, what was death? Death was a moment. Death was an instant, nothing more. Even if he felt pain, it must pass at once. It was just the moment. And then the Lord of hosts would receive him in his bosom. He lay down on the ground and looked at the sky for a long time. Like the Levite, he tried to make his wager. It was not a wager about God's existence, for of that he had no doubt, but about the reason for his own life. What is the reason? What is the purpose? Why am I here? Yes, I have no doubt that God exists, but why am I here? Why am I here? Why am I, June, here? So I am asking, as Elijah did, I'm trying to wager. Why am I here? What is the reason of my existence? He saw the mountains, the earth that soon would be beset by a long drought. As the angel of the Lord had said, yes, as long as Israel was worshiping Baal, there's going to be drought. Famine of rain. He knows that. He was the one who brought the message. But for now, he still had the coolness of many generations of rain. He saw the rivulet of Cherith, whose water in a short time would cease to flow. He took his leave of the world with fervor and respect, and asked the Lord to receive him when the time was come. He thought about the reason for its existence and obtained no answer. As many of us ask, why am I here? Why are we here? Why? And we have gotten no answer. I still am asking the question, why am I here? What is the purpose? What is the reason? Many of us have asked that. He thought about where he would go and discovered that he was surrounded. The following day he would go back and hand himself over, even if his fear of death returned. He tried to find joy in the knowledge that he would go on living for a few more hours. But it was futile. He had just discovered that, as in almost all the days of his life, man is powerless to make a decision. He tried to find joy in the knowledge that he would go on living a few more hours. But finding that joy was futile because he had just discovered that, as in almost all the days of a life, man is powerless to make a decision. We don't make decisions. We take a break from reading. I still continue chatting with you. My name is June, and I am in Jamaica. Yes, that's where I am. In Jamaica. And they say Jamaica, the land of wood and water. The Christmas time is coming up, you know. Have you started your decorations? Have you changed your curtains? Yeah, thousands of dollars will be spent on curtains. No, I am not changing curtains. I have curtains that I'm using many years now, and they're still serving the purpose. So I don't need to invest in curtains. Maybe for another couple of years. These ones are very good. The material is good, and they are in very good condition. So I don't need to change. I have some decorations going maybe 4 years or more now. And those are the ones that I'm going to be using again. Oh yeah, those are the ones that I'm going to be using. No problem. No problem at all. They're going to serve the purpose quite well. We don't have the money like that to, be caught. And even though I am suggesting that, I am not believing in this whole Jesus Christ story as sold to me, but here I am, still thinking that I will make my preparations. That's the same. Yeah. Because that's tradition. That's tradition. And it's not whether I believe whether Christ came or not at this point in time. It's a tradition, So I will put my lights up. I will put whatever tinkles and wreaths, and so I will put them up. Oh yes, they will be there. It has nothing to do with theology now and biblical history. It's already my culture, and I would have What am I gonna say? And I don't believe in Jesus as they present him. So I am not gonna. No, 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 no. I am gonna. Yes. So, everything that happens for a reason. That's what they say. Sorry. And I am gonna put my lights up right now. I did wash the curtains, and I'm gonna string them. This one doesn't have one of those fancy rods, so it's just a string. So I'm gonna thread it through, and then my daughter will do the hanging, because I will not be doing the climbing. So that's for her to do. I bought some things some meat kind at the meat shop on Sunday, and yesterday I spent time, prepping everything and parceling and putting away. Well, that's gonna serve until maybe end of January, because it's a small family, and for most of the time we are not here. So that's how it is. But I'm gonna celebrate. I work hard, I think, and so I am deserving of. So Magic Ven, you dropped by, and I appreciate you coming. It's my pleasure having you here. I was demonetized, I started this channel in May, somewhere around the 8th of May, 2022. And sometime in March of 2023, I had reached the milestone for monetization. Hey, that was really an exciting time for me. And I was gifted, enough to get my pin. Then I started the journey to earn. Still have not earned anything from YouTube. But I think it's a milestone that we all try to reach. Anyways, somewhere, I think it may be sometime early June or late May, there was this video on it was a video on TikTok, or let me dust this door. TikTok or the same YouTube. 1 minute a short, and it's a 1 minute video. So I think it was either TikTok or YouTube, and I took that video and made it my own. Yes. So in making it my own, of course, I just did one little bit of talking at the front, like less than 5 seconds, because of course you learn along the way. So I had heard that you have to talk. So I didn't know that you have to talk throughout the video. So of course my little talking was just at the beginning of the video. And hey, was the video doing good? I mean, it was moving like clockwork. Yes, it was moving very fast. The video was like, okay, moving so fast. I very quickly got 1,000 subscribers, and moving from that video, yes. And the watch hours, man, they were going like clockwork. Then one fateful day I realized that, hey, but I'm not seeing any ads. When I checked, the channel was so demonetized for reused content. Demonetized, and I was not eligible to reapply for monetization until after 90 days. And remember now, I have gotten over 350,000 views. So that was like, hey, the watch hours had moved on that video. I could have used that video to monetize the channel. One video. I could have gotten all the subscribers from and everything. Hey, I was demonetized and this, that. All the watch hours went. And since I didn't know exactly which video it was, whatever video I had that I figure had content that might flag the content, like the channel, I removed them. So I had over 7,000 watch hours. And then after I removed what I thought, were the ones that had caused me the problem, I was down to a little over 4,000. I was saying, all right, I will, still bounce back. Let me tell you that when September 20 came, I was still many watch hours down. Oh yes, because they went so fast. So like now I'm doing this live, probably going 4 hours, yeah? Maybe it's gonna be some 20 or 30 watch hours. I don't know. But when you get demonetized, all of this just go. Because remember, anything like 365 days, and then anything, they're taking the days beyond that. So each day you lose one of your previous days, earlier days, watch hours. Girl or people, it was madness. It was chaos. I had persons helping me, especially my friend in Kenya. I'm still thinking that her phone, I don't know if her phone still works, because she ran the videos. She helped me a lot. So it was that. So I was out of commission for a while. During that time I just did mainly the playlists. So just mainly the playlists that I concentrated on, and she helped me. I don't know of anyone else who really had helped what she did. She did in a real way. I didn't really, I came on self-care live, because that's like a meeting place. And I told persons what happened. I told them why it happened. And so that others would know that, hey, listen, there's a way to use somebody else's content, and it's not how I had done it. How I had done it was wrong. And so we encourage persons not to do it that way. Do it the proper way. You have to talk throughout the video. Yeah, you have to talk. You can't just do it at the beginning or at the end. You have to talk. You have to make the video your own. That is your original. They don't give you the option of you call it now, review, or what do they call it? You can appeal. But it takes a time too, and you still have to wait. So I had nothing to appeal, because I know that I was guilty. So that would just be wasting time to be appealing something that you know that you are guilty of. So I didn't bother to even think about it. So I could have really been fooling myself. Yeah, that would be really fooling myself. Mm-hmm. That would be really fooling myself. So didn't bother go that route. I just waited. But what what I've learned is that even if during the time that you are given, the 90 days, even if you reach the threshold, you still have to wait out that time. You still have to wait out that 90 days. So you want to reach your threshold at that 90 days or after. Because if you reach it before, you will not be remonetized because you are on a 90 days suspension. So hurrying be to get back where no, you're gonna lose. That's the harsh reality. So that's my demonetization story. Yeah, that's my demonetization story. And so I wasn't doing much. But it's fine. It's okay. It's quite okay. Not crying, not moaning, not bemoaning. It's fine. I'm trying to fix a piece of carpet here. I've put a piece of sponge under the bottom so that it's more cushiony. Yeah, because I realize that my child likes to lie on it, so just trying to make it a little bit more comfy. Hmm? That's good. Yeah. I have some. Do you have saving pansy piggy banks and those things? You know, like the pig banks that we save in, and at Christmas time we open the pig, and whatever we have saved becomes spending. I had a pig, I opened her up the other day, and I have some silver here. I don't know where I'm gonna take it to, and or what I'm gonna do with it. I just don't want to do anything, just any little thing, because I have saved it, and I think whatever I do with it should really be somewhat meaningful, don't you think? I think so. It should be somewhat meaningful. So I'm thinking I just don't want to go and spend it on, just about anything. No, I don't want that. I want to be spending it on something that I can have for a long time. I don't want to spend it on vacation. I don't want to buy petrol. I don't want to buy cooking gas. I don't want to buy food. I want to buy something that reminds me that, hey, you have saved this. It should be different from monies that, yeah, should be different from monies that everyday spending. I don't want to buy gadgets for YouTube either. No, because YouTube, I just decide to suspend me, and then I'll be looking at this thing and said, nah, I shouldn't have spent that money there. Anyway, Elijah awoke the next day. I'm reading The Fifth Mountain, a book by Paulo Coelho, and I have titled the video that way, The Fifth Mountain, excerpt from Paulo Coelho's novel of the same title. So Elijah woke the next day and again looked at the Cherith, and the Cherith now is a rivulet, right? He saw the rivulet of Cherith, all right, whose water in a short time would cease. All right, so he fell asleep on the bank of the river. So he awoke the next day and again he looked at the river. Tomorrow, or a year from now, it would be only a bed of fine sand and smooth stones. That's what he was thinking, because that's what the Lord said. As long as the Israelites are worshiping Baal, there will be no rain, so the rivers will not be replenished. The old inhabitants still refer to the site of the river as Cherith, and perhaps they would give directions to those passing through by saying, such a place is on the bank of the river that runs near here. So they'll be asking, and they would say, that place is on the bank of the river that runs near here. The traveler would make their way there, see the round stones and fine sand, and reflect to themselves, here in this land there was once a river. But the only thing that matters about the river, its flow of water, would no longer be there to quench their thirst. Souls too, like rivulets and plants, needed a different kind of rain. Souls need hope, faith, and a reason to live. Rivulets need rivers, water, rain. Rivers need water from the rain. Yeah. Our rain for our souls will be faith and hope. A reason to live. When this did not come to pass, everything in that soul died. When a reason to live, hope and faith, when that doesn't come to pass, everything in that soul died, even if the body went on living. If we have no reason to live, the soul dies. Even if we continue living, the body is still alive, but the soul dies. There's no enthusiasm. There's no reason to go on living because there's no reason to live. We have lost faith in what we had hoped for. And then the people would say, here in this body, there was once a man. Yeah, when we lie, yeah, whether we die a physical death or whether we get despondent, somebody will remember us for who we were. And then they would say, see, in this body, there was once a man. It was not time to think about that. Again, he remembered the conversation with the Levite just before they left the stable. What was gained from dying many deaths if one alone would suffice? All he had to do was wait for Jezebel's soldiers. They would come, beyond any doubt, for there were few places to flee from Gilead. Wrongdoers always fled to the desert, where they were found dead within a few days, or to the Cherith, where they were quickly captured. The soldiers would therefore come soon, and he would rejoice at their sight. He was ready to die. He saw no reason to live. And when he looked on every side, there was no place to escape to. So he held on to the belief in his God and was ready to be martyred. It was not the time to think about that. Again, he remembered the conversation with the Levite just before they left the stable. What was gained from dying many deaths, huh? What was there to gain? Kill me now. He drank a bit of the crystalline water that ran beside him. He cleansed his face, then sought out shade where he could await his pursuers. A man cannot fight his destiny. He had already tried and he had lost. Despite the priest's belief that Elijah, was a prophet, he had decided to work as a carpenter. But the Lord had led him back to his path. Yeah. He was running away from his destiny. Or maybe not even running, His parents had tried to kill his purpose, to kill his destiny, but no one can. You will always be led back to your destiny. That's what I read in one of his books. So here he was. He went to be a carpenter. He practiced carpentry, and now he was at the bank of the river now, contemplating his destiny and agreeing that he cannot fight his destiny. The Lord had led him back on his path. He was not the only one to abandon the life that the Lord had written for every person on earth. So here he said that the Lord had written a life for every person on earth. He had once had a friend with an excellent voice, whose father and mother had been unwilling to have him become a singer because it was a profession that brought dishonor to family. You see, he had an excellent voice, but his parents had forbidden him, just like Elijah, his parents had forbidden him to become a prophet. A girl with whom he had been friends as a child could have been a dancer without equal. She too had been forbidden by her family, for the king might summon her, and no one knew how long his reign would last. Moreover, the atmosphere in the palace was considered sinful and hostile, ending permanently any possibility of a good marriage. Wow. Man was born to betray his destiny. God placed only impossible tasks in human hearts. But why? Perhaps because custom must be maintained. Wow. So whatever our destiny is, we might not be able to pursue it because of customs, norms, rituals, values, customs. But that was not a good answer. No, sir. The inhabitants of Lebanon are more advanced than are we because they did not follow the customs of the navigators. When everyone else was using the same kind of ship, they decided to build something different. Many lost their lives at sea, yes, but their ships continue to improve, and today they dominate the world's commerce. Really? They paid a high price to adapt, but it proved to be worth the cost. I'm reading from this book, The Fifth Mountain by Paulo Coelho. It's my copy of the book, and I'm sharing it with you. Perhaps mankind betrayed its destiny because God was not closer. He had placed in people's heart a dream of an era when everything was possible, and then gone on to busy himself with other things. So he has placed in our heart a dream. The world had transformed itself. Life had become more difficult, but the Lord has never returned to change men's dream. So here he sets us on a path to dream. Then he left us. Many things have changed, but the Lord has not returned to change anything. God was distant. And maybe that's why the Lebanese, they choose their own God. A God who was among them. A God whom they would see. Just maybe. So God was distant. But if he still sent God was distant, but if he still sent his angels to speak to his prophets, it was because there was still something left to be done here. What could the answer be? What could the answer be? Do we still have prophets today? Are we still hearing from God through his prophets? Do you know any prophet? Do you have prophets where you're from? In Nigeria, I know many persons speak of, many of the bloggers, they spoke of the prophet, and this was spoken of by the prophet, and this was spoken over their lives, and da. So, where you are, do you have prophets? Let me know. I don't know if in my country we do have any. In my family, no, I don't know of any. And I have not really experienced, I wouldn't even say, but for me, persons would say stuff, but I'm yet to see any of, what was prophesied or said. I'm yet to see the fulfillment of those. I'm yet to see. I keep waiting. Oh, all right. So God was distant, but he still sent his angels to speak to his prophets. Right? That's what the writing is saying. It was because there was still something left to be done. So we're asking ourselves, what could that be? The thing that was left to be done. What could that be? What could the answer be? That's what Elijah was asking. That's what I am asking. Well, perhaps because our fathers fell into error and they fear we will repeat their mistakes. Or perhaps they never erred and thus will not know how to help us if we have some problem. He felt he was drawing near. The rivulet was flowing at his side. A few crows were circling in the sky. The plants clinging incessantly to life in the sandy, sterile terrain. Had they listened to the words of their forebears, what would they have heard? Rivulets, seek a better place for your limpid water to reflect the brightness of the sun, for the desert will one day dry you up. The God of waters would have said, if perchance one existed, So he was talking with himself, and he was saying, if he had listened to his forefathers, then things might be different. And he was saying, no. The rivulet was flowing at his side, and a few crows were circling. And he was saying, had they listened to the words of their forebearers, what would they have heard? What would their forebearers say to them? What would the forebearer of the rivulet have said to the rivulet? And he's saying maybe the father, the forebearer of the rivulet would have said, seek a better place for your limpid waters to reflect the brightness of the sun, for the desert will one day dry you up. The gods of the water, that's what they would have said to the river. Crows. There is more food in the forest than among rocks and sands. The God of the birds would have said, the God of the birds would have told the crows that there will be more water in the desert, or food in the desert, than what you can find among rocks and sands. The God of the plants would say, plants, spread your seeds far from here, because the world is full of humid, fertile ground, and you will grow more beautiful. But the cherith, like the plants and the crows, one of which had perched nearby, had the courage to do what other rivers or birds or flowers thought impossible. They chose to exist right there. Elijah fixed his gaze on the crow. I'm learning, he told the bird, though the lesson is a futile one, for I am condemned to death. So Elijah started to talk to the crow now. And in his imagination, the crow was talking back to him. The crow said, you have discovered how everything is simple. Having courage is enough. Elijah laughed, for he was putting words into the mouth of a bird. It was an amusing game, one he had learned with a woman who made bread, and he decided to continue. So he was putting words into the mouth of a bird. It was an amusing game, and one he had learned with a woman who made bread. And so he decided to continue the game with the bird. He would ask a question and offer himself an answer as if he were a true sage. The crow, however, took flight. So Elijah went on waiting for Jezebel's soldier to arrive, for dying a single time sufficed. The day went by without anything happening. Could they have forgotten that the principal enemy of the god Baal still lived? Jezebel must know where he was. Why did she not pursue him? Because I saw her eyes, and she is a wise woman, he told himself. If I were to die, I would live on a martyr of the Lord. I would live on as a martyr of the Lord. If I'm thought of as just a fugitive, I'll be merely a coward who has no faith in his own words. Yes, that was the princess's strategy. If I were to die, I would live on as a martyr of the Lord. If I'm thought of as just a fugitive, I'll be merely a coward who has no faith in his own word. And that would have been a worse position as a fugitive than to have been, remembered as a martyr of the Lord. Shortly before nightfall, a crow, it could be the same one. I don't know. He doesn't know. So could it be the same one? But shortly before nightfall, a crow, because we have learned that the crow fed Elijah, when he was running away from Jezebel. when he was running away from the soldiers of Jezebel, who were given the task to execute him. One soldier, principal archer, missed the shot, and he told Elijah to flee, because if the soldier, should kill him, he figured that he would be cursed for the rest of his life. He ended up near, on the bank of the Cherith, all right, where he had conversation with the crow. And there in the Bible we read that Elijah was fed by the crow. And here we are reading it now, as given, texted by Paul Coelho. Shortly before nightfall, a crow. Could it be the same one? We don't know. But this crow perched on the bough where we had seen it the morning earlier. In its beak was a small piece of meat, and it accidentally dropped from the bird's bill. To Elijah, it was a miracle. He ran to the spot beneath the tree, picked up the chunk of meat, and ate it. He didn't say he cooked it, he ate it. He didn't know from where it came, nor did he wish to know. He didn't know what it was. What was important was his being able to satisfy a small part of his hunger. So was it rabbit? Was it snake? Was it another crow? Was it human flesh? Was it pork? Was it beef? What was it? We don't know. Even with his sudden movement, the crow did not fly away. No. This crow knows I am going to starve to death here, he thought. He is feeding his prey so he can have a better feast later. That's what Elijah imagined. Even as Jezebel fed the faith of Baal with news of Elijah's flight. Yeah. So he's saying that the crow is feeding him so that the crow could have a better meal later on. Just the same way that Jezebel is feeding the faith of the worshippers of Baal with news of Elijah's flight. The two of them, man and crow, contemplated each other. Elijah recalled the game that he had played that morning. I would like to talk to you, crow. This morning, I had the thought that souls need food. If my soul had not yet perished of hunger, it has something still to say. The bird remained immobile, and if it had something to say, I must listen, because I have no one else with whom to speak. Just his soul. Continue Elijah. In his imagination, Elijah was transformed into the crow. What is it that God expects of you? He asks himself as if he was the crow. So he was telling himself that the crow was speaking to him and asking him a question. And the question is, what is it? What it is that God expects of you, Elijah? And Elijah, responded, he expects me to be a prophet. This is what the priest said, but it may not be what God desires. That's what the crow says. Yes, it is what he wants. An angel appeared to me in my shop and asked me to speak with Ahab. The voices I heard as a child, these voices, the angelic voices that he had heard as a child, those voices came back. That voice came back to him in his carpenter shop and spoke to him. So the crow says, everyone hears voices as a child. So Elijah said, but not everyone sees an angel. This time the crow did not reply. After an interval, the bird, or rather his own soul, delirious from the sun and loneliness of the desert, broke the silence. Do you remember the woman who used to make bread? He asked, as if it was the crow who was still speaking. Elijah remembered. She had come to ask him to make some trays. While Elijah was doing as she asked, he heard her say that her work was a way of expressing the presence of God. From the way you make the trees, I can see that you have the same feeling, he continued, because you smile as you work. The woman divided human beings into two groups: those who took joy in and those who complained about it, what they did. The latter affirmed that the curse that was caused upon Adam by God was the only truth. Curse is the ground for your sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of your life. So God cursed the ground for Adam's sake. They took no pleasure in work and were annoyed on feast day when they were obliged to rest. They used the Lord's word as an excuse for their futile lives, forgetting that he had also said to Moses, "For the Lord shall greatly bless thee in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it." So the woman who made bread, who had come to Elijah to make her bread trays, she said that Elijah was expressing the presence of God in his work because he smiled as he worked. He was happy doing what he was supposed to do. So the woman divided human beings into two groups: those who took joy in and those who complained about what they did. Yeah, some of us, we do our chores or play our role very well, with joy, with happiness, and we're happy. Others, complain about that which they have to do, right? So the ones who complained affirmed that the curse cast upon Adam by God was the only truth. Curse is the ground for your sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. They took no pleasure in work, and they are annoyed on feast day when they are obliged to rest. They use the Lord's word as an excuse for their futile lives, to say that they were cursed, forgetting that he had also said to Moses, "For the Lord shall greatly bless thee in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it." Yes, I remember the woman. She was right. I did enjoy my work in the carpentry shop. She taught me to talk to things. If you had not worked as a carpenter, you would not have been able to place your soul outside of yourself, to pretend that it is a crow talking, and to understand that you are better and wiser than you believe, came the reply, because it was in the carpentry shop that you discovered the sacred that is in all things. I always took pleasure in pretending to talk to the table and chairs I built. Wasn't that enough? And when I spoke to them, I usually found thoughts that have never entered my head. The woman had told me that it was because I had put the greater part of my soul into the work, and it was this part that answered me. But when I was beginning to understand that I could serve God in this way, the angel appeared and, well, you know the rest. The angel appeared because you were ready to serve God in that way. That's why the angel appeared. I was a good carpenter. It was part of your apprenticeship. When a man journeys towards his destiny, often he is obliged to change path. At other times, the forces around him are too powerful and he is compelled to lay aside his courage and yield. All this is part of the apprenticeship. Elijah listened attentively to what his soul was saying. But no one can lose sight of what he desires. Even if there are moments when he believes the world and the others are stronger. The secret is this: do not surrender. I never thought of being a prophet, Elijah said. You did, but you were convinced that it was impossible, or that it was dangerous, or that it was unthinkable. Yeah. So many of our dreams, yeah, we have them, we thought about them, we would like to have them, but then we start making excuses. We have projects that comes to mind, but then we start to complain. I don't have enough money. I don't have the help that I will need. I don't have this. I don't have that. No, it will not be appreciated. It will not be accepted. It will not be this. It will not be that. It will not be the other. Yes, that's how it is. So Elijah was denying, that he thought of being a prophet. And so his soul was saying to him, no, you're lying. You were convinced that it was impossible, that like many of us who have tasks, who have dreams, who have goals and aspirations, who understand our purpose. But what do? We consider all of the negatives and then we abandon. And this was Elijah. And the Elijah is in all of us. Elijah rose. Why do you tell me what I have no wish to hear? Startled at the movement, the bird fled. So there he was talking with the bird, having full conversation. His truth. Elijah self speaking with his own soul. And so this morning, I want to encourage us to, try to be one with yourself, myself included. Try to be one with self. Understanding our purpose, our destiny. See God in everything that is around us. And to understand that nothing is made or created by anyone else but God. He is the only creator. So whatever we think that we're doing, let us remember God in all of our endeavors. I can't tell you who to believe in. It's not my duty to do. I will not try. That's what Jezebel did. Jezebel tried to impose her God on the prophets of God, the prophets of Israel. She executed over 450, many of the prophets who lived. They converted from serving or having faith in a God Almighty. They converted to the worship of Baal. That's one of the gods of Lebanon. So Jezebel, having married to Ahab and ascended to the throne, she dictated from that position. Elijah, having brought a message to the king to say that, listen, I am going to withhold rain from you as long as you worship Baal. Jezebel did not like the prophecy, and so she ordered that the prophet be killed. He was the only one whom she specified should die. The rest of the prophets had a choice in determining whether they're going to continue with their faith or whether they were gonna convert to serving Baal. Mm-hmm. One Levite, along with Elijah the prophet, they decided that, hey, we're gonna die for what we believe in. But for the prophet, or for the priest, he should have been given a chance to decide whether he wants to convert. Elijah, no such choice. Yet, when the soldier pulled his bow and arrow, aimed it to kill Elijah, it deflected and killed the priest. Mm-hmm. And so the soldier now refused. He tried again to kill Elijah, and the arrow just passed along the ears of Elijah and lodged in the earth behind him. So, with that type of action or result, the chief archer said, listen, I am not going to kill you. I'm not even going to try again. Because if I do, then I know that I'll be cursed by God. So he knows that there is a God to be served, the I Am, the great power, the God of the universe. Not Baal, not Zeus, not Asherah, no. But the I Am, that's the name he told Moses that he was. I am the I am. I am because I exist. So, I'm saying, whoever you perceive or conceive to, your God to be, I am not here to suggest or to tell you that you're wrong in your thoughts. At the right time, you will be enlightened, and then you know what path to travel. Jezebel knew that Elijah was not lying. But in her mind, she knows her wager. She was convinced that the God sent her to release the people of Israel from bondage of a God who was afar off. And that's the whole matter. It has to be with her wager. What was her belief? What was the culture that she grew up with? What was her experience? Right? So in her mind, she was serving her God. She was faithful to her God. And so, the song one says, mighty warrior, great in battle, Jehovah is your name. Mighty warrior, great in battle, I am is your name. And so, this is how we end the live this morning. I thank you for being here with me. You've been my guest. Yes, it's always a great pleasure to meet you here, to sit and have this moment. Yeah? This moment in time, a blessed moment in time. We don't know from whence we came. We don't know where we are going. No one has returned from the grave to say, okay, this is what it is and that is what it is. Just as we appear here, it's mysterious. Death is also mysterious. And where we go from dying, after dying, it's mysterious. The songman says, where do I go from here? What faith is drawing near? Touch my hands and guide my lips in prayer. Through the grace of God alone, I've cast aside the fears of known and lift myself from the depths of deep despair. Lead me through the darkness and through each gloomy day. Touch my hand, O precious Lord, and lead me on my way. Give me strength that I might find and may abide in place and peace of mind. And I won't ask, where do I go from here? O great God, God of the universe, be my guide, be my God, be the cloak around me throughout this day. I pray, Amen. And now may the saving grace of our Lord be with us all throughout this day, as always. Amen. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good rest of day. It's 8:15 in the a.m. in Jamaica. It's Tuesday, December 12th. And now it's time for me to go to work. Yeah.